someone with a beautiful relationship, and a quiet shame forms inside you. You begin to think that your life is less valuable because it doesn't look like theirs. What you don't see is the truth behind the scenes, the struggles that are hidden, the pain that is not shared, the battles others fight when no one is watching. Comparison blinds you to the full reality. It takes your focus away from your path and makes you resent your own life. Comparison has a subtle poison. It kills your gratitude. It kills your peace. It makes your accomplishments feel small and your progress feel slow. You begin to believe you are behind when what you really need is patience. You begin to feel inferior when what you really need is clarity. You begin to question yourself when what you really need is to understand that everyone has a different calling, a different timing, a different journey. When you live your life looking sideways, you never look forward. The Stoics warn that the desire to be like others is a form of self-ignorance. It means you don't truly see your own value. To know your worth, you must stop reducing yourself to surface-level comparisons. Your value is not measured by how fast you succeed, how much you earn, how many admire you, or how perfect you appear. Your value lives in your resilience, in the battles you survived that others didn't see. Your value lives in your heart, in how deeply you care, how honestly you love, how faithfully you show up. Your value lives in your character, in the way you rise after failure, the way you heal after heartbreak, the way you keep going, even when life weighs heavily on your shoulders. Your worth is not something the world gives you. It's something you reclaim every time you refuse to let comparison define you. And as you detach yourself from comparison, something beautiful happens. You begin to see your strengths clearly. You begin to appreciate your journey. You begin to trust your timing. You begin to understand that your life is not a race. It is a path uniquely shaped for the person you were meant to become. When you stop measuring yourself against others, you give yourself permission to grow, to evolve, and to walk your own direction with dignity. That freedom is the beginning of true self-esteem. 2, build inner power through integrity, discipline, and alignment with your truth. Most people struggle with self-esteem because their life does not match their inner values. They say they want discipline, but their habits betray them. They say they want peace, but they remain in chaos. They say they want success, but they avoid the work. This internal conflict creates guilt, shame, and self-doubt. You don't feel good about yourself when you consistently let yourself down, even if no one else sees it. The secret truth is this: self-esteem is not about how others see you. Self-esteem is about how you see yourself when no one is watching. Integrity is the first pillar of inner power. When your actions and your values align, you feel whole. You feel strong. You feel grounded. You gain respect for yourself. You stop fighting the internal war between who you are and who you know you should be. Every time you choose honesty, courage, responsibility, or discipline, you reinforce the truth that you are becoming someone you can trust. This trust is the seed from which confidence grows. Discipline is the second pillar. In a world where comfort is always within reach, discipline becomes a rare form of self-love. It means doing what you know is right, not what feels easy. It means waking up early to pursue your goals, staying consistent even when motivation fades, and sacrificing short-term comfort for long-term strength. Discipline is not punishment. It is self-respect in action. It tells your mind, I am capable of greatness. It tells your heart, I am worthy of effort. It tells your future, I am preparing for you. Alignment with your personal truth is the third pillar. Many people lose themselves because they live according to what others expect, rather than what their soul desires. They chase careers that impress but do not fulfill. They stay in relationships that drain them because they fear being alone. They silence their voice to avoid judgment. But the cost of this self-betrayal is high. When you abandon your truth, you abandon your self-esteem. Living authentically requires courage. The courage to disappoint others before you disappoint yourself. But when you honor your truth, your entire spirit rises. Your self-respect deepens. Your identity strengthens. You stop being shaped by the world and begin shaping your own life. And as integrity, discipline, and authenticity merge, you begin to transform. You stand taller, you speak with more confidence, you handle difficulty with greater calm. Your mind becomes clearer, your choices become wiser, and your path becomes stronger. This is how inner power is built, not through image, but through character. 3, protect your energy. Leave what breaks you and stay where you are valued. Energy is not infinite. Your spirit is not invincible. When you remain in environments that drain you, toxic workplaces, unbalanced relationships, communities that limit your growth, your self-esteem begins to wither. Modern life is filled with emotional pressure, comparison, expectation, social conflict, financial stress, broken trust, and constant uncertainty. In environments that lack support, these pressures multiply. You begin to internalize negativity. You start believing that you are the problem, even when you are simply in the wrong place. The truth is this: you cannot heal in the same space that wounded you. You cannot grow in a place that does not value growth. You cannot become your best self in an environment that benefits from keeping you small. Walking away feels difficult because the world often glorifies staying, enduring, sacrificing, holding on. But leaving harmful spaces is not weakness, it is wisdom. It is an act of self-protection. It is a commitment to your own well-being. It is the recognition that your spirit deserves a place where it can breathe, where it can rise, where it can thrive. The Stoics taught that a person's environment shapes their character. If your environment is dark, heavy, or destructive, your spirit will begin to reflect that darkness. The moment you step away from what breaks you, you step toward what can rebuild you. Distance brings clarity. Solitude brings healing. Supportive people bring strength. Healthy environments bring opportunity. When you surround yourself with people who respect your boundaries, who encourage your progress, who celebrate your growth instead of fearing it, your entire energy changes. You begin to blossom. You rediscover your confidence. You remember your worth. Protecting your energy is not selfish. It is essential for survival in this era of emotional overwhelm. It is how you reclaim your power. It is how you honor your future. It is how you rebuild your self-esteem from the ground up. 4, rewrite your inner voice. Speak to yourself. Like someone, you are responsible for your inner voice is the most powerful force in your life. It shapes your confidence, your courage, your choices, and your destiny. Yet most people speak to themselves with harshness they would never use on another human being. They insult themselves after small mistakes. They call themselves failures after setbacks. They judge themselves more harshly than anyone else. This internal cruelty becomes a silent enemy, one that destroys self-esteem from within. Modern life has amplified this inner self-attack. With constant comparison, unrealistic standards, and pressure to perform, many carry an internal critic that never rests. They replay their failures, shame themselves for their past, and expect perfection from a human heart still learning how to heal. But Stoic wisdom reminds us that our thoughts shape the quality of our soul. If your thoughts are merciless, your spirit will become fragile. If your inner voice is cruel, your identity will become wounded. To rebuild self-esteem, you must change the way you speak to yourself, not with empty affirmations, but with grounded truth, compassion, and strength. You must acknowledge your effort. You must forgive your past. You must validate your emotions without being ruled by them. You must remind yourself that mistakes do not define you. They refine you. You must become the inner guide that leads you back to clarity, resilience, and hope. When your inner voice becomes kinder, your actions become bolder. When your inner voice becomes wiser, your decisions become clearer. When your inner voice becomes respectful, your whole sense of worth transforms. You begin to feel capable. You begin to feel deserving. You begin to feel powerful in your own skin. This inner transformation is the heartbeat of true self-esteem. Not loud, not dramatic, but deeply life-changing. Self-esteem is not a gift. It is not a stroke of luck. It is not something you wake up with one morning. Self-esteem is built slowly, intentionally, courageously, through the choices you make every day. It grows when you stop comparing yourself to the world. It grows when your actions align with your values. It grows when you walk away from what weakens you It grows when your inner voice becomes your ally. If you want to rebuild your confidence, your identity, and your sense of worth, start today. Not by trying to become perfect, but by trying to become honest, disciplined, compassionate, and strong in the ways that matter. Start small. Start steady. Start with the belief that you deserve a life built on respect, especially your own. Choose yourself. Choose your potential. Choose your peace. Choose your strength. Choose your voice. Choose your worth. Again and again. Subscribe to Stoic Thryve. Strengthen your mind. Deepen your spirit. Rise with purpose, discipline, clarity, and courage every day. Most compliments don't work. Not because women don't like them, but because most men don't mean them. Think about it. Every day she probably hears, "You're beautiful," "You look stunning," or "Damn, you're hot." It's not bad. It's just empty. Anyone can compliment what's visible, but real attraction, the kind that lingers, starts when a woman feels seen. When you touch something she didn't even realize you noticed. That's what makes her pause. That's what makes her remember you. Today I'm breaking down 3 compliments that women actually crave. Not the cheesy ones, not the pickup ones, but the kind that cut through the noise because they speak to something real. Her mind, her energy, and her impact. If you want to connect deeper, not to impress, but to understand, watch this till the end. And if it hits you, hit that subscribe. Share this with a friend who needs to hear it, and let's change how we show appreciation. One real word at a time. 1. I love the way you think. There's something magnetic about feeling understood. When you say, "I love the way you think," you're not talking about appearance. You're recognizing the architecture of her mind. You're saying, "I see how you process the world." Most people listen to reply, not to understand. But when you notice how someone reasons, observes, and explains, it's intimate in a way that appearance never could be. Think about this. Women spend years being judged for how they look. Makeup, hair, clothes, constant comparison. But few people ever stop to notice the pattern in her thoughts. The logic, the creativity, the humor, the insight. When you compliment that, it hits like electricity. Try this. You always find a way to see both sides. That's rare. Or, the way you break things down, you make complex ideas sound simple. That's not a line. It's an observation. And observations build emotional connection because they prove you were paying attention. You didn't just look at her, you listened. And that's where respect turns into chemistry. 2, you have this energy that makes people feel at ease. Let's be real, confidence is loud, but peace is powerful. When a woman has presence, that quiet kind of grace that makes others feel safe, that's something rare. And if you've ever met someone like that, you know what I mean. They walk into a room and suddenly the noise dies down. Not because they demand attention, but because they center the energy around them. When you tell her, "You make people feel comfortable," it lands differently. You're not flattering her looks. You're acknowledging her effect. You're saying, "You change how spaces feel," and that's one of the deepest human desires, to affect the world around us. Every woman wants to feel that her presence matters, that she brings more than aesthetics, that she brings peace. When you name that energy, you validate something most people overlook. But remember, this compliment only works if it's true. You can't fake sensitivity. You have to notice. Watch how she handles a tense moment, how she listens when someone's upset, how she diffuses chaos just by being calm. Then you say it once, simply, genuinely, and you let it sit. That's how you turn a moment into a memory. 3, you inspire me to be better. This one's not for casual talk. It's for when you felt her influence. When someone's attitude, discipline, or grace genuinely shifts your perspective, you owe them the honesty to say it, because inspiration is rare, and acknowledgement is even rarer. When you tell her, "You inspire me to be better," what you're really saying is, you don't just exist in my life, you've elevated it. It's not romantic desperation, it's respect. It says, "You remind me that I can do more, be more, and live sharper." That's powerful. Because when you compliment someone's impact, you step into a deeper space, the space where gratitude meets admiration. You're not just noticing her beauty or her charm, you're noticing how her standard pushes yours higher. But again, don't fake it. Women can feel when you're saying words you don't live by. If you want this line to mean something, you have to embody it. Actually grow, actually change. That's when it's real, because genuine admiration is magnetic. It's not about taking, it's about rising together. At the end of the day, compliments are not strategies, they're reflections. They reflect what you notice, what you value, and how deeply you see people. When your compliments come from awareness instead of agenda, you stop trying to impress and you start connecting. Remember this: anyone can make a woman feel desired. Very few can make her feel understood. And when she feels understood, attraction follows naturally. Not because you tried, but because you showed up differently. So next time you're tempted to say, "You're beautiful," pause. Look a little deeper. Notice the detail, the thought, the energy, the impact. Then speak that truth out loud. Once, clearly, sincerely. That's how you stand out. That's how you leave an imprint. If this hit home, share it with someone who needs to hear it. And if you want more content that helps you build real connection, subscribe, follow, and stay grounded in truth. Because real attraction doesn't start with appearance. It starts with awareness. There will come a time in every person's journey when the world seems blind to their worth, when effort goes unseen, when sincerity is mistaken for weakness, and when others quietly doubt the magnitude of what lives inside you. It is a lonely feeling to be overlooked, but the truth is, being underestimated is one of the most sacred trials of the soul. It strips away illusion and forces you to meet the core of yourself. In that confrontation, you learn what no applause can teach, that your strength must be self-created. The Stoics knew this intimately. They understood that serenity and power come not from the world's approval, but from the ability to govern oneself regardless of circumstance. To stay calm when you are misunderstood is not submission, it is transcendence. It is the mark of one who no longer trades inner peace for outer validation. When others doubt your abilities, they are revealing their limitations, not yours. What they fail to see in you often mirrors what they have not yet discovered in themselves. To react in anger is to enter their blindness, but to respond with calm and quiet confidence, that is to live above it. The Stoic learns to greet doubt not with hostility, but with gratitude, for it is through underestimation that the spirit is tested and refined. Marcus Aurelius wrote that we must be like the rock against which the waves continually crash, unmoved, unbroken, serene amid the storm. Your calmness, then, is your greatest defense. It is the quiet declaration that you are grounded in something unshakable. 1. Understand the source. When someone underestimates you, it is vital to remember that judgment rarely springs from truth. It comes from perspective, limited, distorted, shaped by bias and fear. People often project their own insecurities outward. They measure others not by actual ability, but by what they believe possible for themselves. The Stoics called this the ignorance of external perception, a blindness that cannot touch the wise because the wise no longer depend on being seen. Understanding this changes everything. You stop taking offense and start observing human nature with compassion. You begin to see that many who doubt you are simply confined by the walls of their own experience. They cannot imagine greatness beyond their own measure, and so they reduce what they do not understand. But their doubt is not a curse. It is a mirror showing you how much further you've gone in your own evolution. When you recognize the source, you disarm its power. You no longer internalize it. You no longer carry resentment because you know it does not belong to you. The Stoics would say, do not let another's ignorance become your suffering. When you grasp this truth, you free yourself from the emotional debt of proving anything to anyone. The person who understands the nature of judgment becomes untouchable, calm, observant, and at peace with the smallness of other minds. That is the first step toward mastery. 2. Master your emotions. Emotion is energy in motion, powerful when guided, destructive when unrestrained. When someone doubts you, the first spark of emotion that rises is pride. You feel the urge to defend, to prove, to make them see. But Stoicism teaches that reacting from pride is a subtle form of weakness because it means you have allowed external forces to dictate your inner state. The one who rules himself cannot be ruled by insult. To master emotion does not mean to suppress it, it means to understand it. It is to stand at the edge of the feeling and observe without drowning. When you are underestimated, do not fight the emotion. Feel it, acknowledge it, then transform it into clarity. Ask yourself, why does this affect me? If the answer reveals attachment to image or ego, you have found the root of disturbance. Let that awareness humble you. As Seneca said, anger, if not restrained, is more harmful to us than the injury that provokes it. Every time you practice calmness when the world provokes you, you are chiseling away at the ego's fragility. Over time, your calm becomes your armor. You will notice that people's opinions, once heavy, now pass through you like wind through open hands. They no longer have weight, for your worth no longer seeks permission. The moment you master your emotions, you step into your sovereignty. A state where calmness is not forced, but natural. 3, let action speak. The world is full of talkers and doubters, but the Stoic is a doer. When others underestimate you, let their disbelief fuel the quiet fire of your work. Do not respond with argument. Respond with excellence. The Stoics despised vanity, for they saw it as the hunger of an insecure mind. They believed that the only true measure of a person is their deeds, steady, disciplined, unshaken by noise. When others doubt your potential, let your response be persistence. Continue showing up. Continue building. Excellence, when repeated long enough, becomes undeniable. The world may not notice you at first, but it cannot ignore consistency forever. And when recognition finally comes, it will be irrelevant, because you will have already outgrown the need for it. Let your work be your statement. Let your composure be your strength. The Stoic does not explain who they are. They embody who they are. The one who acts with quiet purpose commands more respect than the one who shouts for it. When you live by principle, you do not need applause. Your results become your echo. In time, the ultimate witness will amplify what others refuse to see. 4, build inner validation. At the heart of all calmness lies self-respect. You cannot stay centered in the face of doubt if you have not first built an unshakable relationship with yourself. Most people seek approval because they have not yet learned to approve of themselves. They depend on the world's mirror to define their reflection. The Stoics dismantled this illusion entirely. They taught that virtue and self-awareness are the only true sources of worth. To build inner validation, you must first ask, what do I truly value? When your actions align with your deepest values, you begin to feel a quiet strength that no opinion can grant or remove. This is the essence of what Marcus Aurelius called living in accordance with nature, being true to your highest self. When you walk this path, praise no longer intoxicates you, and criticism no longer wounds you. Both become background noise against the steady rhythm of your purpose. Cultivate solitude, reflect often. Measure yourself not by comparison, but by consistency. Speak less, observe more. The more you root yourself in your own principles, the less you'll sway in the winds of external judgment. People may underestimate you, but you will never underestimate yourself. That is the foundation of unshakable peace, to know your worth so completely that even silence feels like validation. 5, transmute doubt into fuel. Every doubt cast upon you can either become a wound or a weapon. The Stoics chose the latter. They saw adversity as the training ground of the soul, and being underestimated as one of its finest teachers. When someone doubts you, they are offering you resistance. And resistance, properly used, builds strength. Just as muscle grows against the weight it resists, the spirit grows against the weight of disbelief. Transform their doubt into discipline. Let every underestimation become your silent motivator to refine your craft, to outgrow every limitation, to become so excellent that your existence itself becomes the answer. This is not vengeance, it is transcendence. You are not proving them wrong, you are proving yourself right. As you walk this path, understand that the calm mind always triumphs in the long run. Those who doubt you will fade. Their opinions will crumble under the weight of your quiet achievements. You will not need to remind them. Time will. But by then, you will no longer care. Your validation will come not from victory over others, but from mastery over self. This week, make calmness your discipline. Each day, notice when someone doubts, dismisses, or overlooks you. Instead of reacting, breathe. Record the moment in a journal. Reflect on what it taught you about your attachment to external validation. Then turn the sting of doubt into fuel. An hour of work, a chapter read, a skill practiced. Let every moment of being underestimated push you deeper into excellence. At the end of the week, you will realize that calmness is not an action. It is the highest form of strength. The calm mind is the mind that cannot be shaken, and the one who masters calm becomes unshakable in every other way. The unseen gift hidden within pain. In the quiet hours of life, when comfort fades and the noise of the world finally settles, we begin to see what suffering truly is. It is not the cruel punishment we imagine it to be, nor the proof of our misfortune. It is the purest, most unrelenting form of instruction the human spirit will ever receive. We live in an age obsessed with ease. Every invention, every convenience, every small indulgence is designed to shield us from the sting of difficulty. We have mistaken comfort for happiness and distraction for peace. But what comfort hides, suffering reveals. Comfort conceals weakness, suffering exposes it. Comfort breeds dependency, suffering cultivates strength. Comfort makes the spirit idle, suffering sets it ablaze. The Stoics understood this paradox better than anyone. They did not worship pain, but they revered its power to shape character. Marcus Aurelius, burdened by the weight of empire, did not ask for ease. He asked for endurance. Do not pray for a life without difficulty, he wrote, but pray instead for the strength to endure a difficult one. That is the essence of Stoicism, to transform hardship into fuel, to meet adversity as an opportunity for mastery, to stand tall in the presence of what others fear. Every great soul in history has walked through the fire of suffering. It is the universal language of growth, the process through which the ordinary becomes wise and the wounded become whole. Pain refines us, like fire refining gold. It burns away the unnecessary until all that remains is truth. If you have ever asked, why must I suffer? Stay. By the end of this, you may see that your suffering was never your enemy. It was your initiation into strength, your silent teacher, and the greatest proof that you are capable of transformation. 1. Suffering reveals the self. When the world falls silent and the familiar collapses, you meet yourself for the first time. There is something terrifying yet sacred about that moment, when all the external scaffolding of identity is stripped away. Suffering is not just pain, it is revelation. It shows us who we are beneath the masks, beneath the pretenses, beneath the illusions we construct to survive comfort. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." But those words are easy to repeat and difficult to live. It is only through suffering that their truth is tested. When your plans fail, when love is lost, when the future closes its doors, you discover the boundaries of your control, and within those boundaries lies your freedom. Suffering dismantles the false gods we worship. It shows us that wealth, recognition, and comfort are fragile idols. When they crumble, we begin to ask, what remains? What remains is character, the quiet, unshakable strength of the spirit. What remains is virtue, the commitment to reason, kindness, and integrity, even when the world offers chaos. What remains is truth, the understanding that your worth has never depended on circumstance. In my own moments of suffering, I have seen my mind unravel and rebuild itself anew. I have learned that pain does not create weakness, it uncovers it. It reveals the places within us still ruled by fear, entitlement, or illusion. And once revealed, they can be healed. Suffering, then, is not punishment. It is a mirror, a merciless but necessary one. It reflects back the truth of our being, and though it may hurt to see, it is through that sight that we begin to awaken. 2. The discipline of endurance. To endure is not to merely survive. It is to remain steady when all else trembles, to choose composure over collapse, and to transform hardship into mastery. Endurance is a sacred discipline, the quiet art of remaining unbroken while the storm rages on. Epictetus, who knew suffering more intimately than most, was born into slavery, beaten and maimed. Yet from his pain, he drew wisdom. Circumstances do not make the man, they only reveal him to himself. These are not the words of resignation, they are the words of liberation. He discovered that endurance is not passive, it is power in its purest form. Endurance begins with understanding the nature of pain. Pain is not personal. It is not a sign that life is unjust. It is proof that life is real. Every living thing endures. The tree battered by wind, the mountain eroded by time, the ocean shaped by storms. To endure is to participate in the eternal rhythm of existence. But endurance does not mean numbness. The Stoics did not teach that we should feel nothing. They taught that we should not be ruled by what we feel. The disciplined soul acknowledges pain, accepts it, and still acts in accordance with virtue. There is dignity in that choice. The choice to continue walking with quiet strength when the weight of the world presses heavily on your shoulders. Endurance is not found in grand gestures, but in the small, persistent decisions of everyday life. The decision to rise again, to stay kind, to keep faith, to move forward. Each time we endure well, we are not escaping suffering, we are mastering it. We are teaching the soul to stand where it once would have fallen. In this way, endurance is not weakness, it is sovereignty. It is proof that though fate may govern events, you govern yourself. 3. From resistance to acceptance. Every human heart begins its journey through pain with resistance. We fight against reality, demanding it be different. We replay what we've lost, we curse what has gone wrong, and we tighten our grip on what no longer exists. But resistance is the first change suffering places upon us, and acceptance is the key that unlocks it. Seneca wrote, "Fire tests and adversity tests the brave." Fire does not ask permission to burn. It burns because that is its nature. In the same way, life will bring hardship because that is its nature. To resist this is to fight the current of existence itself. The Stoics taught that serenity is born from aligning our will with the will of nature, from saying, "This too belongs." Acceptance does not mean surrendering to hopelessness. It means surrendering the illusion of control. It means understanding that your task is not to dictate events, but to respond to them with wisdom. You may not choose your suffering, but you can choose what it awakens in you. Bitterness or resilience, despair or understanding, fear or faith. When we stop asking why me and begin asking what now, a quiet transformation begins. Suffering no longer feels like chaos, but like curriculum, the lessons of life presented in the language of experience. Acceptance is the moment we stop being victims of circumstance and start becoming students of fate. And once that shift occurs, peace, the rarest kind, begins to emerge. Not the peace of comfort, but the peace of alignment. A deep knowing that life is unfolding exactly as it must, and that even pain has a purpose within the tapestry of our becoming. 4. The wisdom hidden in pain. Pain speaks in silence. Its lessons are not shouted but whispered, through reflection, through endurance, through time. Those who rush to escape it never hear what it is trying to say, but those who listen find wisdom that reshapes the very core of their being. Suffering teaches humility. It reminds us of our smallness, of how fragile and fleeting this life is. It humbles our arrogance, dissolves our illusions of control, and brings us face to face with our dependence on something greater than ourselves. In humility, we become teachable again. Have you ever experienced the bitter sting of someone using your past mistakes against you? Perhaps a colleague reminds you of a decision you regret, a friend rehashes an old misstep, or a family member seems determined to define you by the person you once were. At first, it may feel like a dagger aimed straight at your confidence, a subtle, or not so subtle, attempt to undermine your present worth. Yet, as the Stoics teach, the past has no power except that which we allow it to hold over us. What if every attempt by another to weaponize your history could instead become an opportunity, a mirror reflecting your growth, a challenge to your emotional mastery, and a call to reclaim your own sovereignty? In this exploration, we will uncover the Stoic path to turning judgment into liberation, criticism into insight, and attacks into affirmation of your present character. By internalizing these principles, you do not merely survive the sting of judgment, you transcend it, cultivating resilience, clarity, and the unshakable strength of virtue. 1. The past cannot define you. Our culture tells us, subtly and persistently, that our identity is inseparable from our history. Social media feeds, gossip, and even well-meaning commentary reinforce the idea that mistakes, failures, and regrets are permanent stains. Yet Stoicism offers a radically different perspective. The past is immutable and outside our control, but our response to it is entirely ours. Marcus Aurelius reflects repeatedly on the impermanence of events and the futility of allowing them to govern the mind. Each error or moment of weakness, rather than being a mark of shame, is an opportunity to cultivate wisdom. When someone reminds you of what you once did, they are attempting to project a fixed identity onto a self that is constantly evolving. But the essence of your worth is not captured in those moments. It is measured by the conscious choices you make now, the effort you invest in building virtue, and the courage with which you confront life. Imagine your past as a vast library, each mistake a book that holds lessons if you choose to read it, but irrelevant if you ignore the judgment of others who insist you live in its shadow. Every conscious act of growth, every disciplined choice, every attempt to align life with reason and integrity constitutes proof that the person you were then is no longer the person you are becoming. The power lies in embracing the present and refusing to allow history to dictate your identity. 2. Others' judgments reflect them, not you. The attacks of others, particularly those rooted in our past, are rarely accurate reflections of who we are. They are reflections of the worldview, fears, and limitations of the one speaking. Epictetus teaches that external events, including criticism, reminders, or accusations, cannot disturb our soul unless we permit them. This is a liberating truth because it places the locus of power firmly within ourselves. When someone seeks to define you by what you once were, they are projecting their own anxieties, insecurities, or desire for control. Recognizing this allows us to shift from reactive suffering to conscious serenity. Their words lose their weight the moment we see them as external, rather than internal truths. Anchoring your self-worth in virtue, wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance creates a fortress impervious to such attacks. Words, accusations, and reminders may pass through the air, but they cannot alter the essence of a mind committed to reason. Over time, this clarity transforms your interactions. Criticism becomes an opportunity to observe human nature, not an invitation to self-doubt. Provocations become tests of discipline rather than triggers for anger. Mastery over your emotions emerges not from confrontation or deflection, but from steadfast internal sovereignty, the calm awareness that no judgment, no past failure, and no manipulation can reach the essence of your being unless you allow it. 3. Respond, don't react. The difference between reaction and response defines the boundaries of freedom and mastery. Reaction is impulsive, emotional, and often destructive. It binds blinds us to the narrative others attempt to impose. Response, by contrast, is deliberate, reasoned, and liberating. When someone attempts to wield your past as a weapon, it is natural for anger, shame, or defensiveness to rise. Yet Stoicism teaches that freedom emerges precisely at the point where we refuse to surrender to these impulses. Instead, practice the pause, the reflective interval that allows reason to guide your action. In this pause, you assert your truth. That was then. This is now. My worth is measured by my virtue, not my errors. These words are not empty platitudes. They are a declaration of sovereignty, an act of philosophical defiance against the tyranny of judgment. By responding calmly, you preserve energy, maintain composure, and demonstrate the power of self-control. Over time, this practice transforms character. The mind becomes disciplined, the spirit resilient, and the heart unshakable. In practical terms, this may involve measured speech, silence, or thoughtful reflection. But in all cases, the principle is constant. You determine the meaning of your past, you define your present self, and you maintain control over the narrative of your life. Responding rather than reacting allows you to inhabit your own story fully, free from the distortions of others' perceptions, and to live guided by reason rather than emotion. 4. Use the past as fuel for growth. Every mistake, failure, and misjudgment carries within it the seed of insight. The Stoics teach us to see adversity as a forge in which character is tempered. When someone seeks to use your past against you, do not recoil. Instead, examine what that reminder can teach. Each critique, each accusation, each recollection is an invitation to greater self-awareness and refinement of virtue. Rather than being shackled by shame, allow the memory of past errors to propel you toward deliberate improvement. Act with courage, integrity, and discipline in the present, for these actions speak louder than any accusation or criticism. Let your conduct embody the truth that your value is not defined by yesterday's failings, but by today's virtue. Growth is demonstrated not through argument or defense, but through sustained action. A life lived in accordance with reason, compassion, and moral clarity. This is the essence of Stoic resilience, transforming reminders of the past into a driving force for mastery, reclaiming your mind from manipulation, and cultivating a spirit untouchable by judgment. By continually directing energy toward improvement and alignment with virtue, you render all attempts to diminish you impotent. You do not erase the past, but you rise above it, embodying the principle that the present moment, informed by wisdom, defines your life far more than any recollection of what once was. The past may be remembered, but it does not control you. Your worth is measured not by mistakes or failures, but by the courage, integrity, and discipline with which you live today. When someone seeks to use your past against you, meet it with calm, clarity, and unwavering virtue. Master your mind, strengthen your spirit, reclaim your life. If you wish to cultivate unshakable emotional resilience and live a life guided by wisdom, subscribe to Stoic Thryve and tap the bell. Rise above judgment, live intentionally, thrive with courage, clarity, and virtue every single day. At all costs. We are taught that saying yes is noble and saying no is selfish. But the Stoic knows that this is a distortion. When you live without boundaries, you hand over your emotional sovereignty to others. You let their moods dictate your peace, their chaos shape your calm. But when you live with boundaries, you return to your center. You begin to act rather than react. You stop trying to control outcomes and instead focus on your own responses. Seneca once wrote, "No man is crushed by misfortune unless he has first been deceived by prosperity." The same applies to trust. No one is destroyed by another's betrayal.
unless they have first given away their boundaries. The Stoic lesson is simple. Trust people as they are, not as you wish them to be. Keep your compassion, but never trade it for your self-respect. Boundaries are how we protect the sacred, our time, our energy, and our peace. Without them, trust becomes servitude. With them, trust becomes strength. 3. When virtue becomes self-abandonment. There is a hidden danger in every virtue, the moment when it begins to consume the one who practices it. Love without wisdom becomes attachment. Compassion without discernment becomes self-sacrifice. And trust, when stripped of balance, becomes self-abandonment. The Stoics understood that virtue must always be guided by reason. They did not see goodness as blind surrender, but as conscious alignment with nature, a harmony between the heart and the intellect. To them, it was not noble to be endlessly patient with cruelty, nor honorable to be loyal to what diminishes your spirit. They would say that to suffer willingly for what is unjust is not strength, but ignorance disguised as virtue. In my own journey, I once believed that being good meant being endlessly forgiving, endlessly understanding, endlessly open. I thought patience meant silence, and compassion meant compliance. But over time, I saw the quiet truth, that by excusing the harm others caused, I was slowly erasing myself. Every time I chose peace over honesty, every time I stayed silent to keep someone else comfortable, I betrayed the very peace I sought to protect. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. To be good, in the Stoic sense, is not to please others. It is to live in accordance with truth. And truth requires clarity. It demands the courage to see when your kindness has become a cage. Virtue without wisdom is self-destruction in disguise. When you give endlessly to those who only take, when you forgive without reflection, when you stay loyal to pain, you are not practicing virtue. You are abandoning your self-command. The Stoics taught that we must care deeply, but not be consumed. We must give, but never dissolve. True virtue is disciplined compassion, love that does not neglect the self, forgiveness that does not invite more harm, trust that knows when to step back. It is the art of the middle way, where kindness and reason coexist, where mercy does not replace justice, and where the soul remains intact, even in love. You do not owe anyone your exhaustion, your silence, or your brokenness in the name of goodness. To live virtuously is not to disappear into others. It is to remain whole in your giving. For when your virtue begins to cost your peace, it ceases to be virtue and becomes surrender. 4. Boundaries as an act of wisdom. Boundaries are not walls built from fear. They are structures built from understanding. They are the architecture of peace. A boundary is not a rejection of love. It is a refinement of it. It is love in its mature form. Love that knows how to protect without closing, how to care without collapsing. The Stoics taught that reason must govern every part of life, including relationships. Seneca wrote that a wise person gives as much of themselves as they can, but never more than they should. In his view, generosity without moderation becomes exploitation. To love well, one must first know where the self begins and ends. That line, the invisible invisible border between what belongs to you and what belongs to others is what we now call a boundary. Marcus Aurelius faced this truth daily as emperor. He could not please everyone, nor should he try. His duty was to live in accordance with virtue, not in accordance with approval. His journals reveal a man constantly reminding himself to remain steady, to let others act as they will, but to guard his own response. In this we see the Stoic foundation of boundaries. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. When you begin to set boundaries, you are not withdrawing from the world. You are entering it with greater clarity. You begin to see that saying no is not hostility. It is alignment. You begin to understand that protecting your peace is not selfish. It is sacred. Each time you draw a boundary, you are not shutting people out. You are showing them how to meet you with respect. In my own reflection, I learned that boundaries were not barriers to connection. They were the conditions for it. Without them, my relationships were built on imbalance, moments of resentment hidden beneath forced smiles. With them, I learned the grace of honesty. I learned to give without losing myself. I learned to love without fear of disappearance. The Stoics would call this living according to nature, for nature itself has boundaries. The ocean stops at the shore, the seasons obey their cycles, and the sun yields each night to darkness. There is balance in everything wise, and chaos only in what ignores its limits. So too with the human spirit. Boundaries, it floods. With them, it flows. To set a boundary is not to say, I do not care about you. It is to say, I care about both of us enough to stay in truth. Boundaries are not punishments. They are expressions of self-knowledge, of knowing your capacity, your worth, and your values. When you practice them, you are not separating yourself from others. You are aligning yourself with peace. And that is what wisdom truly is. Not withdrawal from life, but presence with discernment. 5. Practicing measured trust. Measured trust is the balance between faith and awareness, the golden mean where virtue resides. It is not coldness or suspicion. It is wisdom in motion. The Stoics name this, when I began to practice measured trust, I realized how often I had given people unearned access to my inner world. I called it love, but it was often fear. Fear of being alone, fear of seeming harsh, fear of being misunderstood. I had mistaken unconditional openness for moral strength, when in truth, it was a lack of discipline. Measured trust taught me that love and caution are not opposites, they are companions. One wedded to measured trust demands that you slow down and observe. Watch not just what people say, but what they repeatedly do. The Stoics taught us to judge not by words, but by actions, for consistency is the language of character. To give trust too quickly is to offer the most sacred part of yourself, your peace, to someone who may not yet know how to honor it. But to withhold it forever is to live behind walls of fear. The wise person stands in the middle ground, open but discerning, kind but not better. Rational love. When someone shows you reliability, truth, humility, reward it with faith. But when they reveal instability, deceit, or disregard, accept it without resentment. Do not punish them. Simply adjust your level of access. Measured trust is not about control. It's about calibration. It is how the Stoic soul maintains serenity amidst uncertainty. Remember, to trust others, you must first trust yourself. You must trust that your intuition is not paranoia, but intelligence. Trust that your boundaries are not walls, but wisdom made visible. Trust that walking away from chaos does not make you unkind. It makes you conscious. The one who practices measured trust does not live in fear of betrayal, because they no longer betray themselves to avoid it. Measured trust is not about the world proving its worthiness to you. It is about you proving your steadiness to yourself. It is the art of loving freely, without being enslaved by that love. Of giving with grace, but never at the cost of your center. The Stoics would call this eupatheia, the good emotions that arise from reasoned living. A love guided by wisdom becomes peace. A love guided by fear becomes suffering. Measured trust is the bridge between the two. 6. The freedom of boundaries. Freedom is not the absence of connection. It is the presence of control over what touches your spirit. The Stoics sought not escape from life, but mastery within it. Boundaries are the architecture of that mastery.